Now, if only there was a good song for firing a big fucking gun.
Hey everybody, welcome on in. How are y'all doing today? All right, let's see. Roar, thank you so much for being first. Castle, thank you for being second. Sky, thank you for being third. You just opened Twitch to see if you missed it. Good timing then. Sky, thank you so much for being my very first top of the stream. Dana Slime, welcome on in. How are you doing? Roar, thank you so much for the 35 stream streak. Heck yeah. That is awesome. Yeah, I'm a tad stressed. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Everything's fine. Saturn, welcome on in. Thank you so much for being fourth. Hey, Bingu, hope you're doing well. Crassitator, thank you so much for being fifth. Thank you also for clicking me. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for that. Welcome on in, Alpha OS. Hi, hope you're doing well. Ginger Cat, good to see you. Thank you so much for being my second top of the stream. I appreciate that as well. Alpha OS, thank you so much for the 3 stream streak. 3 streams and now you chat. That makes me so happy. That means I'm doing something right, right? If somebody speaks up after having lurked for a bit. So I really appreciate you being here. Would you rather just small ear or no ear? Are you talking corn? I don't know what the question is, Vingus. um it's so late, y'all. It's so late. Ginger Cat, hey, that's my shell. Give that back. I need that. Hey. Sorry, the bot is like gonna struggle. Um I forgot. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Such cozy vibes. Welcome in, Aqua OSRS. How you doing? It's good to see you. Cozy vibes. I sure hope so. I actually have therapy tomorrow, right? And I have to wake up earlier than normal and go to therapy. So I should be ending stream in like 50 minutes. That's not gonna happen. So we'll see. We'll see how late we go. Oh, oh, oh yeah, I did forget about that, Bingo. I don't know. I'd have to see a thing. Like I got one ear, right? Got one ear. Ginger Cat, thank you so much for the 5 stream streak. Move the OSRS for your name. Aqua OSRS. I don't know that you should. I like Aqua OSRS. It's fun to say OSRS at the end of your name, Aqua OSRS. Sorry. We have somebody in here named Kaza wanted a shorter name, and I like saying Kaza wanted a shorter name every single time. It's very funny. It's just something that amuses me. But, if you like the idea of taking that off your name, then you know, that would work. I will say it's going to be really hard to get the name Aqua. So, um, if you do, have a plan for what name you're going to go to. All right. OSRS? Yeah. Your name mentioned Kaza wanted a shorter name. Yes, I did mention your name. Kaza wanted a shorter name. I said just how much I like saying Kaza wanted a shorter name whenever you show up. Pickleposu, welcome in. Pick a number 1 through 5. You know what? 5. Nobody ever picks the end numbers. You know what? We're going to go with 5. We're going to go all the way. All the way in. All the way in. Yeah, like, I obviously can't get the name Phoebe, right? That was taken probably 100 years ago. So just make sure that, you've got a name that you're going to go to, that it's available, because it would suck to try to change your name and then be like, oh, I actually can't get the name I want. And people come up with some really clever ways around that, but oh my goodness. Matakane Fukutaru. No, no. Makatani Fukukitaru. Makaka I missed a syllable the first time. Makakani Kitaru. I'm close. You gotta give me credit for that, right? Um, so y'all, I woke up today. I didn't even wake up that late, right? I didn't even wake up that late. I woke up today and someone sent me a message saying that the tests on the mod didn't work. And I have been troubleshooting since like 8 o'clock, 8:30. I've been doing this for almost 8 hours now. No, 9 hours probably. I did stop and eat and get some dinner, but this code project has become my white whale, and I'm not gonna let it go. We're gonna finish this. So let's see. Clever ways being murder and identity theft and blackmail. Roar, you went there like immediately, yo. You went there immediately. Oh my goodness. Wait, do I not? Oh my god, it's been so long since I coded. It's been so long since I coded. I didn't even have me on here. How should we do this? You've been awake, so you've had time to think. Gotcha. That makes sense. That makes sense. Dang, I mean, this is fine, right? No, let's just go ahead and add. Just go ahead and add me on here. Yeah, let's just do that. Wait. No, I'm supposed to be here. There we go. I kind of want to keep this scene the way it is because I've got this nice little setup where it kind of seamlessly swaps between Visual Studios and DNSpy, which is really nice, but I don't know, this is an older scene, so I haven't updated some of the things. For those of you who don't know, I've got this thing where I just make new scenes every time I play a new game, so I've got like 100 of them now. So, screenshot scene, I'll take, wait, I gotta look at it on my phone. Gotta look at it on my phone. My computer is so bad that running Visual Studios is like literally at the limit of what it can handle. This program, for some reason, is so blah. Hmm. I see what you mean. We can go without Bingo. Yeah, I think we can go without. Thanks for checking. Doing tired, just ultra tired this doing fine, just ultra tired this week. Yeah, I know you've been struggling with getting your rest in, so I guess it's so heavy you got it out of your routines. You know, this program sucks. Like if I click here, right? And then I like start typing. This is me typing. On my side it says, please wait for the editor to finish a thing. And it's like got a waiting bar. That's how long it takes to fucking type in this computer. Like this program, if it doesn't have immediate focus and is not part of my actual like if it's not the thing I'm actively working on, um it doesn't work very well. For a Microsoft engineer, you can agree it sucks. Yeah, it's just it has some really convenient things as far as like a lot of the autocompletes and things like that, but it would be really nice to have a more lightweight solution that does the things that I want it to and not the things that Visual Studio is doing that makes this slow. So it's great. Like, yeah, just being able to be like, oh, what is, what is this? What is this? What like just being able to click on it and find where does this thing belong and what fixes can I do with it? But ooh, this thing needs so many resources. It wouldn't be an issue if my computer had more than 8 GB of memory. Like partly on me. So, okay. So this is where we're at, y'all. Um, oh, don't worry. I'm gonna chitter chatter all stream. This is where we're at, right? So we originally started with I'm not ashamed to admit this. I'm just a little vulture. I don't know what I'm doing with code a lot of times. A lot of this is new to me as far as like communicating over HTTP and stuff like that. So, not having set this up before, I looked at some examples, and by that I mean I shamelessly stole one, and then modified it to suit my purposes. Um, and that is this bit of code here. That is the main plugin. This handles our configuration. Yeah, that's how it's done, right? Now you need a 1 through 3. Well, you know what I'm gonna say. I'm a switch, so let's go to the other side. It's a 1. Um, this handles all of our configuration. It's really cool. It does some cool things. It handles like safety features like being able to disable the mod. It does the like, oh, you took damage. Well, here's your calculations. Um, right now I've got it triggering off of taking damage, doing an accurate parry, doing an inaccurate parry, and dying. Because, if you die, you should get punished, right? Um, so this is all a lot of the original code, but not all of the original code. These are my harmony patches, which hook into the game methods. And this is all mostly my deal, right? The harmony patches, you got to go and look at the Nine Souls code. You got to find out what methods are doing what, put them together, and then do the thing you need to do. So cool. Jeb, welcome in. Thank you so much for being my newest at top of the stream. How are you doing this morning? Hi, hi, hi. Good morning. And then we had. Oh, where is this thing even at? We have this bit of code, which was the PiShock API. No, it's not even this bit of code. Okay, so it was this bit of code, which is the PiShock API, that is basically how it communicates with the server that runs all the PiShock things so that the game can go, hey, hey, I need a shock on this shocker here for this person for this long for this bad. This code is all over in this isn't even the right code. Anyways, this code is like in all of the mods. It's in the Lethal Company one. It's in the Risk of Rain one. It's in it's the Terraria code. Like all of the code looks like this shit. And this shit doesn't work. This doesn't work. I tried so hard to get this stuff to work. It's using an older API. So it's using an older API. It doesn't work. It doesn't communicate. It doesn't do anything, which is frustrating because when looking at the Terraria code, originally it didn't work, right? Hey, it's almost afternoon. Yeah. When looking at the Terraria code, it looked just like the code that I was using as reference, like almost exact. The only things that were changed were like literally unimportant changes for what we're trying to do here. But when the person originally tried, it's Ash. It's a Shenna, right? We're going to stop beating around the bush. It's a Shenna. When a Shenna first tried using the Terraria shock mod, it didn't work. So she ended up reaching out to the dev, got an updated version of the API, and that does work. And she verified that works today. And that code is this. And this doesn't work with my mod for some unknown reason. Like, not this code, but like, there we go. I've done, it's this code right here. It's this specific code. What sort of not work? It gets no response from HTTP. So let me, like, literally no response. um, log output. That's a lot of text. Is a lot of text. Like that is literally what it says when it does basically when it does console write line response content and everything. So like literally doesn't do anything. Nothing. And I copied and pasted the code from the Terraria mod in here. Tweaked it a little bit. Still doesn't fucking do anything. Like, I don't understand. Anyways, there's a newer API that I can use that should work. And of course, this is where I should have gone in the fucking first place. And a try catch. Maybe. I've abandoned this idea. We're gonna do something else is what we're gonna do with it, right? Um I went and found code that should work for us because what I should have done in the very first place is go check the Final Fantasy 14 stuff. Because they're gonna have code for this. You know they are, right? I found a combined mod that works with PiShock, um, shock something else, another shock option, and also butt plug IO. It just does all of them. It just does all of them. It even has like stuff in there to be like, oh yeah, you can leash a person and they can't get too far away from you or something. Like, it's so over the top. Don't have backseat. No, yeah, it's that's. I'm just gonna do that, right? Hey, Abigail Tabatail, welcome on in. How are you? What IO? Butt plug IO. Butt plug IO. Um, it's a mod that allows, or it's a thing that allows you to connect Bluetooth sex devices to game code and stuff like that. Um, but yeah, it's got all of it. Why are you surprised? I the first the first mod that I worked on, well, I guess this was the second mod. The second mod I worked on was adding butt plug support IO or butt plug IO support to Silksong. Uh, so I do know how that works. I do know how that works. Grinding streaks at work. Got a dash soon. Yeah, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. Even if you can only stop for a little bit, it's always good to see you. You know what it means by the name. Such a program exists, and why are you surprised? Yeah, why are you surprised? I'm doing well. A little stressed because of this whole coding situation, right? So the problem with the Final Fantasy code, right, is that Final Fantasy 14 players have no chill. They have no fucking chill. They like wrote all of their own operations and code to do like all of these things. So in order to get let's see, where's it at? In order to get this code working, right? In order to get this code working, I've got to import also their WebSocket command publish, their WebSocket client, WebSocket response, their Shocker code, the Shocker options. Um, like it's the whole shebang. It's the whole shebang. Hey, Flying Chainsaws, welcome on in. Gotta give you the news. Are you engaged? What's up? How are you doing? Let's see. So, I've been trying to remove some of the functionality from this that is not necessary. I've been trying to slim down some of their stuff that they've done because it's like all unified under one framework. Um, a calzone is just an Italian crustable, uncrustable. Hmm. Weren't hot pockets before crustables? Uncrustable, like, aren't they? Right? Um, your hardware should arrive today. You're excited? Awesome. That's awesome, Crastitator. That's really cool. Um, hey, Flying Chainsaws. Thank you so much for being my newest top of the stream. Thank you so very much. Hope you're having a great day. So, yeah, I gotta go through and like figure this out. Um, being a good girl? No, not tonight. The Italian Prime Minister has just declared you a terror cell. No. No. I started stream super late. I hyperfixated on this code for like 8 hours and I didn't take care of myself. Not a good girl. No. Uh-uh. No, no. So some of these are nice. Some of these work. Like Shocker Base, I don't have to do anything with this. Um, the PiShock, I don't have to do anything with this other than like use them correctly, which is fine. Positivity. Okay. My positivity is that despite all of this, I am having fun trying to figure out this code thing. It's nice to have something that's like got my attention and has me really interested. You know? That's my positivity. So we need to figure out something to do with this. Like, I don't want to import Timer Plus, but It'd be the easiest thing to do. There's yet another class to actually import. Gotta fix these two. Oh, and honestly, I am not sure what they're doing with some of this code. Um, like, I don't know why, I don't know where they're getting this serialized from and why it's not working because it looks like it should work. Plus 3 overloads. Like, what are they doing here? So a lot of this is just going to be like me trying to figure out what the heck I need to do to fix some of this stuff. It's to array. Okay, so I'll have to figure that one out. Um, I think the first thing to do is maybe work on this one. Username, API key, setup. If plugin equals no, authentication equals no, we're not going to do any like authentication. Um, that's just not necessary for what we're trying to do here. Let me pull this up real quick. What even is a schedule? I couldn't be the one to tell you. I'll tell you that. I could not even begin to tell you what a schedule is. Um, till no helpers. Where did they put this? There's so much code here, y'all. It's wild how much work they did on all of this. There it is, authentication. Stretch and hydrate, I can do that. Violet, welcome in. How you doing? Here is your stretch. Good stretch, thank you. And that was your hydrate. You're not tired, unfortunately. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. That is, I'm assuming you're wanting and needing to go to sleep, so. So this is pulling the API key and the shock name from authentication. This is so over the top and unnecessary. Which gets called by client. No, the plugin, excuse me. You know what? I had this set up as well. We can. Oh, I'm logged into the wrong account, huh? Let me get you logged into YouTube. We can actually do a little bit of noise while we play. I know we don't usually do music or anything, but we can just set that up. Your trainee, wait, your trainee what? Trainee broke down your door? That what? Oh my goodness. Broke it down, thanked you for your hard work, and then left? That's wild. You just wanted to fix sleep, but you can't? Aw. This was in the horse game? This was horse game? Let's use another account. Is this the account I was using? Why do I have so many Google accounts? I should get rid of some of these. I should definitely get rid of some of these. Yes, Cricket Bee. You wanna come up here, baby? Mm-hmm. You go, come on. Uh, nope. You believe eccentric umamusume is covered by insurance, and that would give, given how few of them are nuts, and then some are borderline insane. My goodness. Oh, typo trainer, not trainee. Multiple Google accounts? You made one. Yeah, I have multiple for several different reasons. None of them are actually really good reasons. Like, I don't know why I keep doing this. But it does make it difficult to remember which account is like actually doing what. Oh my goodness, your nose. Cricket, your nose. It's so wet. Oh my goodness, it's so wet and cold. What's up, baby? Okay, let's shuffle these. Let's loop that. And let's hit next. There is no next. I know y'all will appreciate this one. There we go. Trainer neuron activated. Oh. Brisket. Yum yum. The town. The town where, Roar? Rick is a good theme. Yeah. This is just a bunch of like random songs that I enjoy, so it'll be some good music to play along. Okay. Cricket, can you give me some space? I actually need to type and your head's in the way. Something about calling them Brick that makes you chuckle. Yeah. It's just because like it's such a short name. Brick. It's Brick. Hmm. Yeah, I don't care about authentication. This doesn't matter, right? Yeah, this doesn't matter. None of this matters. So, this is how you write code. You just go in to find someone else's code that does something really sophisticated, and then you just hack the shit out of it with a cleaver, right? You go, I don't know what this does, I'm gonna delete it, right? That's step one. Steal and slopify. Yeah, uh-huh. Just gonna leave just gonna leave the fucking blood everywhere. Wait, what did I do that for? There you go. Hmm. I don't like it. Make it small. There we go. That way it'll be easy to find. Um, Wait a second. What am I doing here? Seems unnecessary. Okay, we're just gonna keep hacking things apart. It's fine. Is how art is made? No, it's really not. I have very little clue what I'm doing here. Because really all I need from this is... Yeah. And API key, there we go. Nope. Okay, so this is gonna be... How we do this? We're just gonna get all this from our plugin. I actually don't like this song. I need to go through and um, clean some of those songs out of there. We're gonna skip a few of them sometimes. Okay, this is the username. Right, these are not static. Oh my god. Yeah, it was Fat Rat. I skipped. This isn't Bloody Tears. Wait, this is Bloody Tears. God, I'm a mess. Just ignore me. Status, sure. Hmm. Client received, sure. God, y'all, it uses events. I tell you, it's something about... There's something about events that my brain does not get. I can have someone sit down and explain events to me, and I'll be like, uh-huh, yeah, I get it. Okay, cool. I can I can use events, and I have used them in the past. And I'm like, cool, yeah, I totally got it. Easy. I get it. Totally makes sense. The second I stop thinking about events, I cease understanding how they work. And this is not an unusual thing. This is something that has happened to me dozens of times. Dozens of times. You'd think that I would learn. It and I'm good at learning things. I really am. But not that. I just I cannot remember how they work. Mm, this should be PiShocker's code. That was what was that? Hmm. This is an authentication. ABI key, string, PiShock codes is a list of PiShockers. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. God, I feel so self-conscious doing this too, because like I said, this is this is a crap way to code. I should just learn how to do this and code it myself, but that's not what I did. On connected, on received, okay. We don't need this. Feel bald without the antenna? Yeah, I bet I do. That's the list. Configuration active preset validates. God, now you're having me check the configuration. I don't want to do that either. Roar, thank you for giving me my shell back. I appreciate it. Oh, I hope it's not like literally without hair. Yep, yeah, I can see it. It does look that kind of way. Like, something missing. Result, content, read a string. Like, here they're using a method that literally doesn't exist for this. Like, what are they doing? And then they're using split in a way that, like, split doesn't work. Dot, username, dot value. Need an API key. All right, and then here, shock logger status, okay. Yeah, I'm gonna have to, yeah, because I won't need, because this new API actually pulls the shockers automatically. So I will not need, I won't need that. Okay, that actually checks out. So I probably should make a, yeah, okay, got it. We'll change that in a second then. Why did it do that? Name, username, okay, good. See, like, it's when it does stuff like that that it feels really good. Like, it just kind of knows what I want it to do, and then it does. Like, oh, yeah, that's convenient, thank you. I wish it didn't, like, take control of my computer to do that when I was typing, because my computer was slow, but... Yo, hang on a second. Oh, that's awesome. They actually put in a fail-safe mode. Damn, okay. That's awesome because I put that in my code, but I didn't see it in any other of the stuff, so... Like, I don't know, you're this is a program, like it's a object that literally causes pain to the user, right? So it you should have the option of just turning it off, right? As a safety feature. So like that was something that I was like, this is mandatory. I have to make sure this is in my code because I'm not going to be like these other people that don't have it in there. But this is the first time I've seen it in someone else's code. It just feels like it should be mandatory. Okay, so this was in education. Like, that's not a crazy thing to think. Okay, and then this will be the just pour yourself a big cup of ginger ale with some rum on the bottom. Too much ginger ale, given it's 2/3 of the bottle, but in your current state, you can treat yourself. Heck yeah, you can. Heck yeah, you can. What? Okay, now it's working. There you go. Hey, that's my shell, Ginger Cat. Get that back. I need that. That's mine. Hey. So we're gonna have to like refactor this whole thing, but it's fine. Yeah, here we go. Sorry, because you're not static? Of course you're not static. Okay, and then... Wait a second. Hmm. Let's see. Look at this way. Cute, wonderful singing, humming. Love being here. Getting yourself stolen is part of that. Okay. Wait, singing and humming? Was I singing? The girl that got to voice Matakane Fukukuta is great. Kind of shrill, crazed sound to the voice is great for making gremlin noises. I bet. Some of the VAs just absolutely crush. Was I? Was I? Huh. What? I didn't realize. PiShock shockers. Okay, we're gonna do that then. Wasn't paying attention, also kind of humming along. I don't even know what song it was. The trainer just confused it for the sounds of a demon possessed pigeon. Oh my gosh. Wake me up when September ends. That one was me. You know, I was at work one time and someone was like, "You gotta stop humming." I was like, "What?" Like, yeah, you're humming all the time. It's so loud. And I'm like, "What do you mean?" Just didn't even know. Okay, that's not fine, but we're leaving that for later. Used to whistle at work? Oh my goodness. Lizard. Lizard. Hey, Storm of Ashes, welcome in. How you doing? Lizard. Unfortunately, it does not throw a lizard at me, but I guess that's okay. It seems fine. Plugins there. Okay, we're actually making good progress on this. A lot louder, not particularly good. Yeah, I mean, I think it's good to enjoy yourself. I think, I've said this before. I'm not going to deny my mouth the opportunity to make funny mouth noises. You good, little EP? Yeah, I was wondering about that. You probably just woke up a little bit ago, yeah? Work should be properly soulless. No stimulation, hellscape. Oh no. When I when I worked, my cubicle at one point was next to the break room, and the break room had a very, very, very loud ice machine. Like, think like white noise, but like amplify it by like 10, just constantly. And I had to make them move me. I was like, this is not gonna work. This is literally not going to work. We are not gonna make this happen. Against my skin, past loves linger like ants on limbs. Okay, let's see here. So now I know what I'm doing with these. That's the timer. This is the WebSocket client. Don't buy me flowers, pains me to watch. Pretty little things wilt away. Okay. So a couple things we got to figure out. We got to figure out why this serialize command isn't working. And also, seems fine. We need to figure out why they were doing the splits that way, and we need to figure out a timing mechanism, which I think is fine. The timing mechanism is going to be last shock, I think. Fell asleep after K-stream. Have to get up in 2 hours here till you fall asleep again. All right, sounds good. Well, we try to keep it nice, nice and calm around here, so I hope you can get back to sleep. I've been there a lot where I'll wake up and just have to be up for a little bit until I can go back to bed. So I'm sorry that you're having to go through that, and hope you can get back to sleep soon. Any little things melt away. What is it, Cricket Biggie? What? Meow. Meow. Meow, what? You're being so squeaky. Why are you being squeaky, baby? Why? Are you food? Do you want food? Is that what's going on? You do? A little bit? You're a little hungry? Oh, I'll just sit here for a second. Why would they use this timer over something else? And how much do I care? Stream must be loud and harsh like the ice machine? No. No. I mean, I thought about making ice machine noises to demonstrate, but I don't think that's the best idea. Check heartbeat. Yes, baby girl. A wonky little baby. Baby. Yeah. Baby, baby, witty bitty kitty. Posture check? I've got a cat on me. You know my posture is terrible. Stretch and hydrate, I can do that. She is going to need some food here in a little bit. Otherwise, she's not going to leave me alone. Positivity, no. All right, here's your hydrate. Here's the stretch. Sorry, Ginger Cat. You're not gravy. You can't redeem that. You little goober boob. All right, let me think about this positivity. Let me feed her while I'm doing it. I'm gonna step away for like 5 minutes or so. I'll be back in just a little bit, and we'll continue. I'm gonna just stay on the screen and have the music going. Can you have a redeem that only you can redeem? If we were gonna do something like that, I'd rather have it be a command, and maybe that's what the 100,000 point thing is. 100,000 points lets you kind of ask for something, you know? And I don't know. I want to keep the special redeems like that a little bit limited, just because they can clutter things up. But commands are certainly something that can be done. Like there's a few of them. GV redeemed one, and the redeem that anybody can use, snail slappies. That was a loyalty redeem as well. Cricket, cricket, cricket. Come on, let's go get some food. Let's go get food. All right, I'll be back in just a bit. All right, thank y'all very much for waiting there for me. I appreciate it. I'm back. Well, it's a good thing that we got up and feed the kitty cats, because the reason it was just Cricket making all the noise is because the fluffy boy had locked himself in the bathroom. So it's the first time he's ever done that. First time either of them has ever done it. Ninja Chicken, welcome in. Oh, wow. How are you doing? How are you doing? When you hit 100K, you request positivity, redeem cost, and cooldown to be permanently cut in half. No. No. What is PiShock? It's a thing that shocks the shit out of you. That's what it does. It's a dog collar repurposed to be used on the extremities of people. 100K bully redeem. Cat's big fat? Yeah. I just got back from it. Escaping positivity? No. Fluffy dummy? He kind of is. He's he's I don't know. He's good at communicating with me. Like he's been around long enough that, the two of us are able to like communicate, right? Um, but sometimes he's not very smart. And Galas, welcome in. Thank you so much for giving me my shell back. I appreciate it. Using the word extremely makes that sound worse. Which part? Which extremely? Which extremely? I didn't pay attention. My positivity is that I've gotten I've gotten quite a few extremity. Oh. Well, yeah, because you're specifically not supposed to put it near your heart or your neck or your spine. So, like, legitimately, it goes on your extremities. Yeah, it's better, safer. Limbs is another way. I mean, it doesn't have to be just limbs. Thigh, arm, wrist, ankle, uh, genitals count. Um, those things, yeah. Extreme shocking. Yeah. Um, my positivity is that recently I've gotten quite a few compliments on my voice, and honestly, having never really gotten a lot of compliments in my life, it's been a little bit difficult, like accepting those. But it has helped me feel a little bit better about my voice. Not that it like particularly bothered me, but like it just really reinforces that things are going okay with it. You gotta remove your brain from the gutter under the influence of maybe. Oh, all the non-essential bits. Yeah, advertisements. No, no. There's nothing else to live for. Hmm. Feel good about my voice? Thank you, Roar. I appreciate it. Like I said, it can be hard. Work and speaking pays off. It is really just a lot of like talking. There's a lot of just talking constantly. Yeah. Cooldown timer is a timer plus. I don't want that to be a thing. Where is this being used? God, it's being used like everywhere. There's nothing else to go. There's nothing else to live for. Posture check. Oh, okay. Something to be proud of for sure. Yeah, thank you. Also, Crassitator. I thought of a second positivity while I was away because I knew someone was going to redeem it when I got back or soon. My second positivity is that it's nice to have a place like this where I can just be unabashedly myself. Where I can just, I don't know, like I don't always feel that feminine out in the world, but here and in some other places, I'm just who I am, you know? And I just get received like the person that I am, that I hope to be, that I want to be, versus like the way that I feel like I look in my head. Yeah, absolutely, Storm. Oh, thank you, Ginger Cat. Thank you, Crassitator. What is this other options? Okay, so validate. Where is it getting created at? As we go to war. Okay, so they're calling options somewhere. Client.options. Shock option options. Okay. That goes into send request. Validates it. Sure. Oh, hang on a sec. Okay, I see. No, no, we're gonna have to fix that. Yeah, thank you, Roar. I don't know. I've been thinking about that a little bit. Been thinking about how important places are um, for people to like be who they are, you know? Okay, so it's not under. Hmm. What the? In the current project, yes. Command, sure. Where are they? Redeem the truth. What's a trans femme stereotype you think is overused or overrated? Is it even accurate for me? Ooh, that's a good question. Let me think about that. Fucking a pumpkin is the most problematic one. There's a couple videos of that, isn't there? Need to go back to work, but you're procrastinating. Probably need a shot collar too. That is one of the use cases they list on the website for it. Um, never heard of this before today. It's the second time you've heard of it today. Yeah, yeah. There's a few videos of pumpkin since deleting TikTok. I don't know. I mean, I think that there's a couple of them, right? Like, I think that there's a couple of them, that I can think of. One is honestly like one is that like trans femme people know how to code or like are good at code, right? Um, and honestly, I can't even give you the best answer on this. Like, Kay was talking about it. We were talking about it in Kay's chat the other day, and Kay gave like probably the best and most nuanced response that you can give, right? Um, so I would definitely recommend like going and watching VOD. I wish I could remember where that happened exactly, but like it was important enough that she talked about it one day and then didn't feel like she did enough good enough job, and then the next day she like dedicated a little segment to doing it. Um, and basically it's that like there are these stereotypes that exist, and um God, I can't even like say it as well as she can. Um, turn the music down. Yeah, I can turn it down a little bit. Let me do that. Sorry, I didn't realize it was that loud. Okay, I will try to turn it down as soon as YouTube complies. Is that a little bit better for us here? Is that a little bit better? What am I listening to? Just my playlist. Just random stuff. This is Elevate. Oh, God, I don't even know how to pronounce this. I don't know. Here. That that is the current song. Yeah, the talk about grouping everyone into a monolith. You got it exactly. So, sometimes hi chainsaws, I'll get that positivity here in a second. Sometimes people will just assume things about a group of individuals, right? Um, like all trans femme know how to code or like are in code or whatever. Um, I think one that doesn't apply to me, really digging it. Awesome. I think one that doesn't apply to me that I have heard people talk about, and this isn't just like this isn't just like trans femme, but also like just being queer as a whole, right? Um, the idea that queer individuals have to be like hypersexual. Now, I know that I say some really outrageous things, and I don't mind talking about things, and I'm a very sex positive individual, but I'm not like personally someone who goes out and has a lot of sex, right? And that can be a very common misconception. It's especially when it comes to like trans individuals, rather or like trans femme or trans mask. Um, it comes from like a very fetishizing place often, you know? Um, because a lot of people's exposure to trans people is through porn. And I was gonna say for better or worse, but generally it's just worse, right? On the A spectrum yourself, yeah, yeah. So sexual objectification, I mean, not even. I don't like it's hard to explain because like being on the ace spectrum, right? Being on the ace spectrum, there are sometimes, God, someone else has talked about this better than I have as well, but okay, okay, let me back up a little bit. Let's go to like a little bit of history there. Um, when gay liberation was a big deal, like when people were trying to get equal rights for gay people, a lot of that was kind of joined in with the sexual liberation movement as a whole. And there was like a societal expectation that queer people were going to be very sexual. And sometimes people had to be very sexual in order to just be visible. So I think that even now there is the idea in society that LGBTQ people are going to be highly sexual, and that is like the expectation. And even sometimes within the queer community itself, there are people who feel like if you are not being sexual, like an ace person is not being like openly sexual, then they don't fit, is what they feel like sometimes. Sometimes it can be a little bit militant. Yeah, that's kind of what I'm getting, I guess, Crassitator. Like policing and trying to like conformity maybe. And I'm probably not saying this very well, but that's something that, especially for the trans community, sometimes when people see us, it is in those contexts, and that is the stereotypes that they associate with us, right? And again, like I said, I'm very sex positive. I think people should be able to do what they want, should have a good time. Like if it's like consensual and not, I was gonna say not hurting anyone, but like even if it's like if it's consensual within the relationship, it's hurting them and they're okay with it. Like you know what I mean. Um, but like it's fine. That's great. Like I think human beings are fascinating. Um, but it's not like I'm not on like dating apps, hooking up like hookup apps or anything like that, right? Exactly, Storm of Ashes. Yeah, consenting adults and all of that. Yeah, so I don't know. That's maybe another one. And talking about the pumpkin video, like the reason that goes around is partly because of the sexual objectification of trans women, because some of them do enjoy producing adult content. I know many of them that do or would. Um, some of them have to because of circumstances. Like, you know, there's a lot of nuance to it. But people oftentimes think that like, and this is also, you hear you hear the bigots using the dog whistles about this too, right? Like, I don't care what they do as long as they don't shove it in my face, or like I don't care who they're with as long as they don't try hitting on me, right? Like that ties into like oh, they're so sexual and they're gonna like approach me and I'm gonna feel uncomfortable about that, which is wild because like a straight person, a straight person would never say that about like the opposite sex. Like a guy wouldn't be like, oh, well, like a woman can love whoever she wants, but as long as she doesn't like hit on me, that's fine, right? So like flirting is natural. And if you're not okay with that, that's kind of an insecurity issue on your part, as long as they're not like, if you're like stop and they do, that's fine. Um, being recognized for adult content would feel so affirming to you. You think so? You think so? Don't say shove it in your face. Oh, yes, yes. It often is that phrasing, watermelon. Exactly. And again, they're tying that to the sexuality, and then implicitly tying that to assault. So again, I think that that's a stereotype that maybe society has about people that is very harmful. Everybody's just doing their best. For the positivity, oh God, what's a good positivity? Um, Used to attend a leather fetish and kink crystal meth anonymous meeting. It was 90% gay men, and one thing that came up often is that someone's first introduction into gay culture community was focused on sex and sexual activities, including drugs. Oftentimes it is, right? And that is, it shouldn't be the case, but like a lot of cases, that is the way that it happens because that's what's there, right? Um, and society will, again, like take those kind of stereotypes and apply them to everybody. There's more to being gay than just that. Was a huge relief and eye-opening for many. Absolutely. Absolutely. Like, God, whenever people get reduced down to just like a quality or two, and they're treated as that quality as like as an essential property, that's such a damaging thing. It doesn't matter who that's to. Like, yeah. Okay, these are shock options. Um, yes. Where where are these being initialized? Hey Raz, welcome on in. How you doing? In a red state filled with stigma? Yeah, like here. Their sex their sex perverts is the message, and it's used for reducing our value as humans. That's always the point behind that rhetoric. It is. Mm-hmm. It is. It is used to demonize us, to other us, to justify harm against us. Um, they're not just doing that either. Like, they're also trying to tie us to violent extremism now, especially in the United States. Where where the fuck is this method, this thing being pulled from? You're tired and feeling mad? Oh, I'm sorry, Raz. I'm sorry. Um, I know that you're always kind of having to deal with a lot there. Is it here in authentication? Okay, where is this at? You're passing in the shock options. They're passing it in from generate. Okay. Shock options. Yes, these are all methods. Where is it being instantiated? Sorry, one second. I'm looking at another screen. I'll come back to chat in here in just a second. Shock options editors. Okay. Is this it? No, what did that just do? Whoops. It's fine, everything's fine. Nope. Um, it's gotta be here in plugin, right? Oh my god, where did they put this thing at? Words, shock options, players, presets, maybe? Okay, what is R? What is R? It's a rule base. A what? Okay, let me hop back over real quick. Stance change yourself. Yeah. Mm-hmm. You're excited for the weekend? I'm excited for your weekend too. Can't decide whether you should live or die? Yeah. People joking about it online can give people who are just starting to explore gender a skewed perspective of themselves being trans in general. Nuance and satire are often lost in translation because of memes and such. I think so too. A lot of media concerning queerness seems mocking. It can. It's like it's one thing if it's within our community and we're like joking around about like in jokes or whatever, but when it's from the outside and it's that same joke, it's not quite the same. Ask for a song after this one. Let's see. Maybe I guess. It's gotten a lot better. Yeah, it has gotten a little bit better. People can repost it, not realizing it's mocking. Yeah. Even in early 2000s, mainstream comedy shows would just be the, yeah, that one's really pretty rough. You stop looking at media? Same. What's the name of it, Ginger Cat? Mm, 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 Rest your bones next to me. Oh, saw your thoughts in the sea. I'll pull up each of our anchor so we can get lost, you and me. Hmm. Let's randomize intensity. Okay. I want to get rid of this whole thing. Called Shrek 2 because it has two misogynistic characters. Yeah. The Thomas the Tank Engine theme song. I think I'm gonna pass. Your Heart's Buried Menace. Yeah, it's a good song. Reminds me of some things. Say I'm sorry for anyone but me. The whole thing could also tie into being autistic, not really you're being bullied sometimes. As the in joke, out joke discussion, totally agree and get it. It's like the N word for people of color community. Sometimes it's not quite to that exact extreme, although it can be sometimes. Um, but yeah, sometimes people outside joking about trans people in general, it comes down to like stereotypes and turning people into monoliths. In a techno remix. Someone who chose to leave me. I have not actually. I've seen it always in the recommends whenever this song is on, so it's probably a good song, but I haven't listened to it. What if we just didn't have shock options? What if we got rid of shock options entirely? How does that make me feel? Shock option, shock options. Shock options, shock options, shock options. Okay, so this requires shock options to be here because we're just pulling this out of there. That's unimportant. Very similar vibe. I'll listen to it someday. Not seen a movie in ages. Can only remember one. Seems alright. I haven't seen it in forever. I remember not liking it very much, but um, the big bad wolf dressed as the grandmother referred to as gender confused by the fairy godmother. Oof. Feel too mean if you consider redeeming a shock option. That's okay. It's not for everybody for sure. Really good queer movie is I Saw the TV Glow. So I haven't seen it. Don't get me wrong, and I do think it is. I do think it's a good movie, but um, Incrassitator, that's my shell. Get that back. I need that. Hey, gotta go in self care. Well, thank you so much for being here, Plus. I appreciate you being here. I hope that your self care goes well, and talk to you next time. No spoilers. You haven't seen it either. Yeah, I'm not. I'm not. How do I talk about this? Okay, I think I can talk about this. It's not spoilery or anything like that. The movie has a lot of emotion to it. And it'll make you feel a lot of things. And it very much, oh, well, there's ads, of course, always ads. You have to have the house to yourself so you can openly process and connect to it. That makes sense. And the love you always got no time for pain. And it's just you and me in ecstasy. Yeah. If the options warning mode is not equal to warning mode none, so it has a warning on it, then send a warning? Okay. Okay, so they're using it in order to be generic. Okay, I see how it goes. It's fine. Hmm. All right, y'all back from ads? Back from ads now? Um, what I was gonna say is, what I was gonna say is that the movie makes you feel a lot of emotions, and it very much centers like the trans experience, whereas um I don't know. I think that there is a place in media that I'd like to see stories about trans people being happy, and it's not just about trans people struggling to be acknowledged as legitimate. That's what I would like to see. Like, my parents, when I told them that I was trans, they were worried, right? They didn't know what it meant, they didn't know any of the details. Um, they were worried, you know? And I can understand a parent having misplaced worry because of the fact that the only thing that is often, it's not the only thing, but the thing that is often shown in media is a trans person struggling, having a very difficult life, and essentially living a form of tragedy, which is often the case. Do not get me wrong, that is true for so many people. And that is an incredibly powerful and an incredibly valid and an incredibly humanizing story to tell. I just, I would like a little bit more of the hope side of it, yeah, being present, you know? Like just showing somebody coming into their own and being happy would help a lot of people who are questioning their own truth to be like, maybe there is something for me. I know that a lot of people, when they realize that they are trans, it is a catastrophic realization because it will feel like their life is ending to them. And I don't think that was true for me. It felt like my life was beginning, you know? And so I think that we do need to show the suffering, we do need to show the journey, but we also need to show that like there is something on the other side of it that's worth it. That's what I'm trying to say, I think. And yeah, it is an issue with queer media in general. There, for a long time, there was the trope about like gay characters always getting killed off, even in like non-horror, like just they just weren't allowed to have a happy ending at the end of it. And that sucks, you know. Normalize boring, happy trans characters in media. Normalize a trans character who doesn't have to fight for who they are, right? Who is openly and visibly trans, but is acknowledged and accepted. Um, and like just is themselves, right? Like I don't know. Um, every time it feels like, you know, we come up in media, somebody's got to be like, oh, and then they were also like really fucking bullied when they were little and that traumatized them, you know? And honestly, I'm going to be totally honest here. That is why they're going after trans representation of characters in children's media. Because children's media does not show trans characters suffering, it shows them having healthy and fulfilling lives. And that is anathema to what conservatives are trying to accomplish. They don't want people to have hope. Your parents are worried about your transition for a different reason. As most do, you have autism, therefore you struggle with social cues. That's because social transition's already super hard. You struggle with social cues and stuff already. They're worried about your ability to fit in. Like, not everybody fits in. No one will ever fit in everywhere, right, Ginger Cat? People are gonna not fit in, and that's okay. Not not conforming to everything is important too, right? Love Heartstoppers then as an openly trans character is just accepted by everyone. Yeah, uh-huh. The total rejection of autism is present more so if you cannot be yourself. Mm-hmm. Hey GB, good morning. How you doing? GB, you're so loud. Oh, sorry. I could turn that down. One of your favorite trans representations is in The Pit, actually. It's only a short part of one episode, but left a huge impact on you. Awesome. Be louder. Yeah, yeah. How you doing, GB? Did you sleep well? How was your day yesterday? We didn't... I like, start waking up about the time you start getting ready for bed. Actually got decent sleep last night? Nice. Literally just a patient with a small injury treated as being normal and gendered correctly? Yeah. Like, holy shit. It's so simple. The key was sleeping at midnight instead of 9. Oh, well, there you go. Wait, you only got 6.5 hours of sleep? For it not to be made into a huge deal is a huge deal. Yeah, it is a huge deal. Yes. Oh. Um, you could use more sleep, maybe? Yay, medical trauma? Exactly. Shock options. Shock options. Okay, this is send request, right? Hmm. Where is send request showing up at? Send. Okay, so then this is warn mode, client send. Okay. Task delay, send. Okay. Okay, I'm seeing how this all fits together. So that sends there. You were waking up at 2, which is causing you to be exhausted by the end of the next workday. Yeah, that makes sense. You sleep less than that? Procrastinator, you could also use a little more sleep. One of the main character's friends is a trans woman, and her only struggles have to do with romance and passions. At no point does she get bullied or hurt for being trans, but she does have a storyline about finding a community. That's awesome. This is called the contentious pandering when the wrong personal details aren't used as a plot device. Oftentimes people will take it that way, yeah. But it's like, I don't know, it's not pandering when a straight character's in that same situation, you know? Um, what is this? I think we want to create a shock options over here. The shock options feels overkill. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Niji, welcome in. How are you doing? It's good to see you. Hope the sleepover's still going well. Sorry it's so late, so early. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum 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 bum. Bum bum bum. Mm-hmm. This is in shock options. Okay, so if it kills me. Hey, Nietzsche, glomps you back. Oh, Raz, not gravy, sorry. Not today, neither is Nietzsche. Mm-hmm. Sleepover going well, about to head to bed. Awesome, sounds good. Um, mm-hmm. 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 You have a small thing that annoys you about trans people in media, but it's so hard to talk about. I mean, if you find it difficult to talk about, you don't have to, but if you want to share, that's fine. Bit of a spoiler is also the part of showing the character and growth of another character in the episode, but not using the trans patient. That's good. It's just like treating a diabetic patient with compassion without shame. Gotcha. Yeah. Hmm. Alcohol inside of me hung pictures to look on my stepfather's face. Ready for the bad things to come. This character is referred to as they them by other characters, so they're non-binary. Feels a kind of way as a trans woman. You mean from like people analyzing the media, or from like within the media itself, people referring to them as non-binary because of that? I'm not. I might need just a little bit of clarification. A little of both. Switch in op mode. Okay. Ba-da-ba-da-bum. Okay, what if we have multiple shock options? Yeah, maybe we need a shock option for each thing. Okay. In personal experience, you've been they'd as a way to other you. That could have been, it could have happened in media, and then queer folks take that and put the character in the non-binary box. Yeah, I don't know. Are you weird for enjoying sad or not ambiguous endings? Raz, I don't think you are. No, I don't think that makes you weird. Like, there's a reason people tell that kind of story, right? Because it is something that can be enjoyable to a lot of people and is enjoyable to a lot of people. Also, I would say, just in general, asking, am I weird for, is probably the wrong way to look at being a human. Because we're all a little weird about things in just different ways for different reasons. Life itself is often sad and ambiguous. Yeah, and you can find comfort in similar stories and things like that. Which connecting to that can actually bring hope. It can. Any clue of pronouns if you want to aim at gender fluid or agender? Oh, I'm maybe not the best person to ask about that, but I do know that there are a lot of different pronouns for things like that. Also different pronouns for like neopronouns as well. I would recommend looking for like pronouns, neopronouns, things like that. Just see if something really vibes with you, right? Um, I think that I think that your own journey is just so personalized. It's hard for someone to be like, "Oh yeah, this would be a great option for someone who's gender fluid," because sometimes gender fluidity means that you're swapping between, or maybe you don't ever really fall on anything specifically, or there's just so many different ways to be. I consider it's if you were a more dating person. I knew someone who went by it's. It wasn't the only thing they went by, but they were certainly fine with it. Your stepmom hates them. You forgot the last movie we watched together as a family, but she didn't like it because of the ending not being clear cut. Oh, I see. The movies that I don't like are the ones, or like I guess media in general, that I don't like are the ones where like you get done watching a whole movie and then at the end of it, it literally didn't have to happen at all. Like nothing actually mattered. And it is why I am enraged at the movie 12 Monkeys. I do not like the movie 12 Monkeys. It makes me so upset. It seems to have a dehumanizing part to refer to yourself. Some people like it for that reason, right? Um, but yeah, like I said, I would look at a bunch of different pronouns and I would find what feels right, what sounds right, what feels right. Like try saying it out loud in sentences. And if you need If you need to, if you need to, there's a Reddit for this actually. Let me see if I can remember it. I think I know the one. I don't want to give like the wrong Reddit by accident. Yeah. It's r/trans tryouts. Literally, you can go on there and be like, this is a name I'm thinking of, and these are the pronouns, and people will just give you sentences. They'll just use that in sentences to give you like a feel for what that might be in a conversation or somebody like hearing someone talk about it. And that might even help you better than saying it out loud to yourself. It's like having somebody else kind of give that to you. Like, nope, that is not what I was going to do. I was going to copy something else, but you know what? I didn't copy it. Instead, I pasted it. Didn't work. This one, right here. You can just pop on there and be like, hey, I want to try out these. Let's see. Why do I hate the movie? I'll get to that in a second. Don't watch The Big Lebowski. Thank you. Would prefer going by It's, but that's for a safer world for an inner circle. If you want to go by that, I can do that, Roar. Um, you want the objective case pronouns with scopula. That's the word? Oh, that's the word. Okay. Um, clear endings can be more comfortable and less thought-provoking. Reminds you that if art is to comfort the disturbed, it disturbs the comfortable. Yeah. Still waking up as you get dressed? Yeah, makes sense. Makes sense. Disturbed. You love getting even more disturbed. There you go. Hero's journey fucking sucks ass, like in a bad way. Sometimes I like it. Sometimes I like it when just like good things happen. You use it's to speak about the part of you that feels outside of human, autism related. It can be insulting when used by non-supporting people. Yeah. And that's the other thing about pronouns is you can entirely have pronouns that you allow one group of people to use that you do not allow another group of people to use. Nothing wrong with that. So why did I like 12 Monkeys? 12 Monkeys is a circular thing in which the actions of the protagonist do not change the outcome whatsoever. The problem is solved by someone who is not the protagonist in the last 30 seconds of the movie. And the things the protagonist doesn't contribute to that solution in any way whatsoever. So you just watch this movie about this guy doing a whole bunch of things and having a pointless life, and then none of it matters. You want to go by she, her, feels really good, but there may be an eventuality where it would feel better. Okay. Like I said, the options there. If you ever want to change, you just let me know. Whatever you need from me. Um, even they, them can feel off, and other queer folk habitually they, them, everyone. That's true too. Yeah. Like another movie that I hated was the Nicolas Cage movie Next, where I'm just gonna spoil it because you shouldn't watch this movie. It's not good. I'm gonna spoil it. It's been out for a long time. Deal with it. Um, like 40 minutes into the movie, something happens, and then like a bunch of things happens where he like sees the future and it continues to spiral out of hand, and then like it gets to the very end of the movie and he realizes that like this sucks and doesn't have a good outcome. And then it flashes back to 40 minutes into the movie where it shows him having had a flash forward of the entire duration of the movie. And then he just like gets up and leaves and does something different. It's like 2/3 of the movie literally were not real and did not happen. It was like an hour and a half of action and ridiculous stuff. And then it felt like they didn't have a fucking clue how to end it. And then they were just like, and it was all a dream, but not even. Oh, what is right? Sometimes a simple plot you can watch to distract you and turn your brain off is what you need. Most of the time, you need something more engaging. Yeah, I like more engaging things, but you must head to the coal mines. Take 2 steps, sit down at your computer, and get to work, Jeevy. You got this. Next by Nicolas Cage. It's a Nicolas Cage movie, which is how you know it's shit. He hasn't made any good movies. One of your favorite books is E. It's definitely not for everyone. It can be annoying. The book ends abruptly. It's weird, but I had a good time and found it relatable. Yeah, sometimes an abrupt ending is fine, right? The Princess Bride book, abrupt ending. But it's thematically appropriate. Um, Catch 22, a work of art. The ending on that is abrupt. Um, Already past the 2 steps points. Now turn your chair 90 degrees to the left. Heck yeah. Being hyperbolic, just way too prevalent, so blandly done so often. I think that that's the thing is, it doesn't have to be blandly done. It just is blandly done often. Nick Cage hadn't made any good movies. Not true. Which good movie has Nick Cage made? Bye bye. Bye bye. Face Off. I mean, a wild movie doesn't mean it's a good movie. Is it actually a good movie? Actors who play themselves irk you so much most of the time. Nick Cage, Adam Sandler. Uh huh. Yeah. Yeah. Also, if you're gonna say that, what's that movie? The Rock? If you're gonna say that The Rock was a good Nicolas Cage movie, it was a good Sean Connery movie that Nicolas Cage participated in and got carried through. In the end, you die in the end. Oh, don't matter 'cause you die in the end. Really never over. Really never over. Watched it too young and it scared you. Yeah, understandable. A guy took another man's face and then like took over his life and slept with his wife and all sorts of like really shitty things. The Sorcerer's Apprentice. It's called because that's the sound a dolphin makes. It's about a guy who's just dealing with existing there are bears, dolphins, moose, and aliens in it. Huh. The Sorcerer's Apprentice? Don't know it. Sorry. Hey, fluffy girl, how are you doing? Cricky, 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 boo. Hey, Nini, how you doing? National Treasure? I don't think that's a good movie. No, I don't think any of them were a good movie. They made like 3 of them, didn't they? 4 of them? 6? I don't know. I didn't think they were that good. Six or seven? Maybe. You'd want to be a sussy apprentice, yeah? Okay, we're gonna make 3 shock options. Kitty, Kitty, what are you doing, baby girl? Example of a silly quote. Moose had no friends that year. A lot of the time, a moose would feel tired and lean against other moose. Only there wouldn't be moose there, and the moose would just fall. The Crudes. Don't know that one either. Okay, we're gonna take all of these settings out. Yeah, that's what we're gonna do. The bad ones don't know the good ones. I mean, National Treasure I don't think was a good one, right? So I don't think you're convincing me there. Maybe, maybe. I just spelled public wrong. Remember to catch Crudes 2 in cinema? When is that again? Oh, I don't know. National Treasure is good because it went bad and you can tear it apart over and over again with a group of friends. There you go. It's a movie you can hate watch. And this will be it's already out. My goodness, a while ago. Oh, I didn't even know that. I didn't know The Croods was out, so I'm behind two movies. Croods: A New Age. My goodness, what a title. Um, this will be yeah. All I'm trying to do is type Visual Studio. Leave me alone. Uh, okay. Public shock options inaccurate. The options. And then what's this one called? Death. There you go. Okay, and then these config entries. We're gonna keep the emergency stop here. Cricket, just because my finger's poking there doesn't mean that you need to like go mess with it, right? Okay, so it's the general settings and everything else, right? Yeah. Or maybe not the general settings? No, the general settings can stay here. Safety. Wait a second, I don't need this. What am I doing? What am I doing? Let's see. You missed it. Oh. Gotta love listening to a conversation of meese while being on a roof fixing your CCTV. Oh my goodness, really? Make sure you're safe up there. What kind of meese? What were they talking about? Babes and Crudes, yeah. Watch Renfield, the vampire movie. Nope. I don't think you're falling asleep again at this point. Conversation's been too good. I am sorry, but also I'm glad that you're having a good time with the conversation. I'd have to watch the Crudes too, but forgotten it. And we play the Crudes mobile. There's a mobile game. Okay, Phoebe. What? Have I seen Spider-Man Into the Spider-Verse? There's your hydrate. Here's your stretch. Conversation's been good. Glad you're here. I'm glad you're here too. You think the mobile game might be defunct by now? Yeah. Tia, good morning. How are you doing? Hi. Thank you so much for being here. Hey, hi. All too common. Rest in peace. Yep. Like the Simpsons one. I didn't know there's one of those too. I can't say Into the Spider-Verse was bad. No. I'm laughing for a different reason. So, you're getting up for work? Oh, I hope you have a good day at work. I know that my schedule's been like so late that it's probably been like so impossible for you to catch up, but I'm glad I got to see you today. All of your ads this week have been insurance, a catastrophic event is in your future. Oh no. No, wait. If you're getting insurance ads, it's not because you're going to have a catastrophic event. It's because you won't have a catastrophic event. Because insurance doesn't want you to have bad events. They want you to just give them money and not pay out. What time did I start tonight? I started 2 hours ago. 2.5, not even. So I'm laughing, Ginger Cat, because you have hit upon the crux of the issue. And the issue is that I don't really watch movies, like ever. In the last 10 years, I have like gone to the movie theater maybe like 3 times, maybe. And I don't rent movies, and I don't have streaming services, and I don't pirate, so I just don't watch anything. Insurance? What about outsurance? The insurance premium that's a catastrophic event? Maybe. Insurance be gambling and rigging the gamba? So, insurance is gambling against yourself, Roar. You, it would have been 2:30? Probably, yeah. Sounds about right. Don't really watch them either. Totally okay? Yeah. Okay, so let's look at these shock options and let's see what we're going to keep and what we're not going to keep, right? Allowed to live independently of pop culture. I live under a rock and I am happy with my rock. It's kind of the opposite of gambling is a thing. No, you're gambling against yourself. You hope that something bad is going to happen to you so that way you get money. You're paying them and you're saying, I think today something bad's going to happen. And they're like, all right, if something bad happens today, then we'll pay you back. Yeah, I don't know, it's kind of dumb. I get why it's also the opposite of gambling, but it also feels very much like gambling against yourself. My dear, you mean so well. And I am not a vessel, your good intents. By not having insurance, you're forced to gamble. The insurance is hedge betting. You're hedging against yourself, yeah. But it is still, hedge betting against yourself is still a form of gambling. Insurance companies are gambling on a mass scale. Yep, they sure are. Is it gambling if you're betting that something bad will happen and you'll still lose money? You've never come out net positive with insurance. You're losing less money is what you're losing. You're getting the opportunity to not lose everything you own. Isn't that a wonderful opportunity? Oh, turn my dear, oh my dear. Small less. Inspiration will erase the fact I'm keeping all of the answers in my cigarette box. More like cheating at gambling on a mass scale. Yeah, kind of. Is intensity randomized? Randomized intensity, duration randomized. I don't want random shit in here, alright? We're gonna take all of this out. I don't want random things. I don't want any of that. Used for config window? Then I don't need that either. Warn mode is probably fine to keep. Cooldown modifier. I don't know what that means. What is cooldown modifier? 100, 1,000. What? That is like the weirdest way to do that? Okay. Sure. You don't like it? You want to be rich enough to self-insure you and your friends? Yeah, that is why rich people don't usually care that much about insurance. like, or they get a lot of insurance because they can just make money off. Rich people can literally make money off of insurance. They just have like a bunch of like really rich stuff, and then something bad happens to them. They're like, oh no, I was paying you like $3,000 a month, but now I'm making 16 million. They got the odds and they can decide the rates. That is also why like insurance companies are pulling out of California and Florida and stuff like that, places where there's a lot of um natural disasters and they have to like pay a lot of money. It's becoming almost impossible to it's becoming almost impossible to like do that, get insurance in those places. Not only free healthcare, but government run insurance is not so scammy. That's true. Game shows take out insurance and can get sued for making their game too easy. I'm not surprised. I mean, you can get sued for anything. Like, you can literally get sued for anything, right? Insurance is pulling out of what they advertise they can do for you, of course. Yeah, yeah, they're just not selling to people in those locations. They're just like, you just can't buy insurance here. They can get sued and lose. I know they can, but like, that's what I mean. It's like, you can get sued for anything, and you could potentially lose that lawsuit for any reason. Yeah, I'm just saying that like it makes sense for them to need insurance, just like it makes sense for a restaurant to need insurance because they might get sued for their coffee being hot, just like it makes sense for a food packaging company to need insurance because somebody might microwave it wrong and it explodes, or just like any of that. Like it makes sense that they would have insurance because lawsuits are so prevalent, especially like in the United States. Um, like someone sued a macaroni company for, and they said it wasn't like real mac and cheese. And it's like, okay, well, even if you go to court and lose that, you're out a bunch of money. Insurance is for someone winning the prize. Okay, well, that's different. That's different. Okay, you weren't very clear about that. They get sued by the insurance company for making it too easy. Okay, that is different. The states require insurance. You're two paycheck to paychecks. You have one super expensive option. Yep. Hmm. No, I don't think so, Bingus. Thank you for checking. Sorry it's so late. Um, Duration, intensity. So we're gonna change this to, this is gonna be and then max intensity. Here we go. What else? Duration, intensity, hit. Duration, intensity, and mode. Okay. The cooldown. Yeah, it's probably fine. It's probably fine. Warn mode. Okay, so warn mode is the other one. Hmm. What if I have those taken out? Appreciating the varied but not jarring mix of music. Oh yeah, it's very varied. It very much is. Tengu is not in the English dictionary. Weird, because that game doesn't use just the English dictionary either. Hmm. Tengu keeping? What? That sounds like a setup for some kind of a D's nuts joke somehow. Like, anytime I see just a couple of words that make zero sense, I'm like, what are you about to say? Tengu gatekeeping? That's you being brainless? Oh, okay, I see, I see. Alright, alright. 10 guys keeping as keeping us? Okay, so we want to make these useful. So this is damage options. You gotta head out. Yeah. Have time to disassociate in the shower before you leave. I hope you don't disassociate too hard, but I hope that you have a good shower and I hope you have a good day. Thank you so much for being here. In the bed. Thank you so much for being here, DeCross Fox. Welcome on in. And I know that you were probably lurking. Oh, the kitty cats are doing okay. Kitties are doing fantastic. Oh, that's so good. Oh, that makes me happy. I know that it's probably really stressful. But thank you for taking care of them. I'm really glad to hear that they're doing well. It makes me really happy. Where are you staying with us? Too cute to leave? Oh, you're gonna ban yourself. Don't do that. No, no. No, no. Don't do that. Um. Mm, 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 mm. Oh boy. Okay. This is gonna be the dumbest thing. All right. Oh, wait, let's go back to shock options real quick and nope. Mm. Don't mind yourself. So sexy. Roger back from the brink. That's good. Okay, so these can be copied. No, these can be copied. Mm. 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 Why do they have so many overloads of this? Why am I referencing this? Oh, duh. That's why. Now, what am I doing? I shouldn't have to reference this. Don't want your bullies to leave. What would you do then? Just be satisfied in who you are and bully yourself? I don't know. I don't want this randomized stuff. Get out of here. Um. Why do you look this way? Love how much care you'll have for you. Nothing but a piece of meat. Wait, are you saying that we don't care about you? Because we do care about you, right? Positivities and exercise support you until after you're convinced of it. Oh, brutal. That's right. Okay, these should never be outside of those values because um that's just how it works. Duration, modifier, fine. All I want to do is copy it. Give it. Give it here. Oh god. Hmm. I'll do it that way. Sure. Wanna be your woman. Chakra names, chakra limits, clone, cooldown left. Okay. Cooldown, sure. Um, y'all, I'm butchering this and it's great. I know this is gonna sound, you're all gonna be like, hey, that was really bottom to say that, but y'all gotta order me around some more. That was kind of nice. Let's do that again. Like, um, wait a second. Okay, so this is intensity. We need this to be max intensity, right? And then min intensity. Okay, I'm starting to like getting into the swing of it here. Starting to like understand this code enough to just do things. Um, settings? What is this? You know what? We're gonna comment it out, and if it becomes a problem later, we'll deal with it then. Right? Easy. Would you rather have five block or 6 block? Of what? Head pads for 125. Still chilly if I got my blanket. I put on a jack. Uh, I put on a jacket. Put on a jacket. There we go. Um, and then I have a heating pad. This can be max intensity and min intensity. Kitty, 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 buddy. Come on. Orichalcum, a jacket. Um, 6 block is Pogs. Oh, Orichalcum maybe? Oh, I see. Your mood has been getting better with the stream? Well, that's good, Crassitator. I'm glad. Why? Oh. Duration, cooldown, cooldown modifier, warning mode, intensity randomized, randomized intensity, duration randomized. No, no, no. Okay, God, this is the longest. Okay, we're just gonna give up. We're gonna do it like this. Fuck you. Fuck you. Fuck. Fuck. Take no responsibility. Give me some other responsibility. And cute. Yeah. God. Okay. Okay. Here we go. I do this smart. Do this smart. Look at us. Look at us go. Look at us go. Okay, let's see. So we have is enabled. Yes. Shockers. Shockers. Op mode, max intensity, min intensity, intensity, duration, cooldown. Stop modifier. Why are you like doing this with the things? Why are you doing it this way? This stop modifier, sure. Warn mode, cooldown timer has been reset. Cool. There we go. Definitely not feeling it today. That's okay, Roar. I don't feel it every day either. But you'll feel it more and more frequently. You will. I hope you feel it more often as well. It's that, then min intensity, yeah, equals max intensity. Just so there's no weirdness. Unlocked Ascension 13. Oh my gosh. You're doing great. You go again to the Pride with your friends. Look as fanboy as you can. Nice. I'm excited. It's really not that far away, is it? Believe it or not, I've never been to a Pride event. Mode, intensity, duration. This needs to be not just intensity. Needs to be max intensity and min intensity. Okay, max min duration mode. Why did you put op mode in the front? That's what I want to know. I guess it's fine. The one in Brussels is impressive. I bet it is. City that big? I bet it's great. It's already getting pretty difficult around there. Which character you play? Is it a perfected strike run? Yeah, yeah. You do really well with Ironclad, yeah? Sorry, Maddie. You start with feeds, big max HP numbers? Nice. Time to practice your French, Crassitator. How much slang do you know? Starting feed is so good. Yeah, it can be really, really good. It's like super easy to get those feeds on the early enemies. Sometimes you just like, hit a louse and you're like, I gobble gobble. Offered it to the spirits after your deck got too big. Smart. Should have hung on to it though. The boss was decking donut. Oh yeah, should have. That would have been good. Hmm. Damage area? No. I'm sorry. Why are you not doing this? Oh no, wait, no shock options. I'm about to do something nasty. Let me think here. Shock modes. Mode hit is a shock modes. Okay. There's a lot of security around the Pride in Brussels. Probably go prepare yourself by one of your friends. Go back to it. Makes sense. Yeah, yeah, yeah. That's what kept me away from Pride last year. I was like, I feel like it's just too risky. I hate that. You know what? We're gonna comment all of this for now because I might want to go back to this. I might change my mind. Max intensity. Min intensity. And then mode hit. In my brain and I'm burning. Oh my. Oh my. It's killing, but the smoke clears when you're around. Won't you stay with me, my darling, when the wall starts burning down, down, down. And the backyard's full of bones. Won't you stay with me, my darling? When the wall starts in my home. When the wall starts in my home. Oh, ashes, ashes, dust to dust. Falls after both of us. Okay, so these need to be max intense operating mode. Yes. Yeah, it's this one right here. Rumbling home. Mm-hmm. And I may yet fall apart. They added Lua to NetHack. Oh my. You can get up to some no good with that. Falls after both of us. Lay my curses out to rest. Make a mercy out of me. Ashes, ashes, dust to dust. Tell me I am good enough. I should add PiShock support to NetHack. What's it coded in? You expected that? Like, hang on. Do you want to get shocked? C? Oh my god, it's C. I haven't looked at C in forever. You don't want to be shocked, you just want to have spread NetHack propaganda, but if you're not going to use it, then there's no reason for you to make it, right? Options, there we go. Let's see. Shock modes, random, okay. Let's go find our enum for that. Where do we put that? Oh, here it is. Wait, cooldown modifier, Warren. Where are the shock modes? Where did you put this? It's here, right? No, that's op mode. Oh wait, what? Someone would if you put it somewhere easy enough to find. Yeah, you can admit it. There's no shame in wanting to be a shot. No, it's okay. Or don't pressure people. Not paying shipping costs for the collar. You're gonna be real. That's totally fair. That is fair, fair, fair. Okay, so that's op mode. Even if you wanted to be, if Australia shipping didn't cost a bazillion, maybe you'd get one as a silly. Yeah, it's very expensive. Very expensive. That make your NetHack streaming more interesting, actually? Yeah, it might be. I don't even know what you would shock on for NetHack. Like, what kind of events do you think would make good things to shock for? Oh, you stream? I didn't know you streamed Watermelon. One time? Oh, okay, yeah. What did you think of it? Did you not enjoy it? Oh my god, it's 7:30. I should really be like shutting down here. Um, I should be shutting down. Okay, computer. Computer. You could use it to make the game easier by shocking when you start turning to stone or get slimed. Oh, hey, that might be smart. I don't need a thing there. Okay. Shock modes, right? And then op mode. Okay. Okay, and then we have a variable here for op mode. Um, what was the default on this? Yeah, it's random, right? Cool. There we go. Less acceptable? Okay. What do you mean it's less accessible? Oh, there we go. Okay. Hey, Silvern. You'd have to not shock for many other things. That makes sense. Feel weird not being here, so you're just gonna learn while you listen to your own music. No worries. Feel weird in general. Sorry to hear that. Do your own programming. Obviously, a shock whenever you die. Yeah. Should be lighter, or if you have an amulet of life saving. Ooh. I mean, it should still be like a punishment, right? Because you just used up your amulet, I assume. There we go. Then we'll do this. Why don't you just know what I'm trying to do, computer? Visual Studios, you eat up all of my ability to do things. You should just know what I want. Okay, and then this is make this little, little. There we go. There we go. Okay. Probably shock when you get system shock. Makes sense. It does make sense. What if we collabed on it? Don't feel competent ever. I can't promise that I would be able to do something like that again. I don't know C that well. I don't know NetHack that well. Um, a small continuous shock or something. You have to give it a duration. At least through this API, you have to give it a duration. The duration can be quite long, but it has to have a duration. Yeah, I haven't coded in C since, you know. You know what? Please, computer. You did it. You were doing it fine. Yes. Okay, this is greater than 5, right? Yeah. Thinking that makes sense for status like weak or something. Weaker thing. Oh, let's see. A looping thing for it? Yeah, you could. You could. It'd be awful to like continuously be shocked. Part of the thing about being shocked is that a strong shock for a short amount of time is not as bad as a weaker shock for a shorter amount of time or for a longer amount of time. Like duration matters a whole lot. Maybe just the buzz. You can definitely vibrate it. Yeah, you can just do a vibration if that would be better. Um, you could also like have it like send a beep and then wait, and if they don't do something about it long enough, then shock. You know, there's like different things you could do. First, last, random, round robin. Round robin, and then it should be random all. Oh, and all. Okay. And copy this. All. We can return first, last, random, round robin, random all. There we go. If you don't do something long enough to be very start fainting and then probably die, and you then get shocked for that. Need to look into NetHack patching tutorials for them. Yeah, it's probably got a lot of information about it, right? He said it got Lua support also, which is yes, okay. I don't know how this stupid song got blocked. Anyway, gotta click a button. One sec. And we're probably gonna be wrapping up here in a little bit too. I can't keep staying up as much as I would like to keep working on this. I would love to hyper focus out of my mind, and I can't. Lua is mostly for a map 10 thing. Gotcha, gotcha. I've used similar in muds, so I've got a pretty good idea about like what that might entail. Let's see. Got up early, came to work, only realized you had to come in at 8, not 5:30. No, Tia. No. Week, sleep is for the weak. Says you also going to bed. I have therapy in 7 hours and I still gotta like eat, get ready for bed, sleep, then get up and go to it. So like I'm taking a nap after this afterwards, right? We're so close. Fine, we'll just do this. So this is... Calling it shock mode is wrong. What would be the default here? Shock? Hot mode, shock mode, right? What do you mean you can't convert from op mode to end? This is 5. How many of them are here? Op mode, shock mode. Op mode, shock mode. Why do you think that this is an int? Because it is. What? Show me the other overloads. There is another overload I can use here. Hmm. You love this song? Yeah? You have a lovely playlist? Thank you. That's so sweet. Not other. I have to explicit cast this? That's annoying. No. Why do you not want to work with this? Oh, mode. Well, it was, you can speak fluent Greek Japanese. You can sing songs like that. That one's actually it's actually a pretty messed up song. You know what? It's this, isn't it? Yeah. Hey, across the Warudo. How you doing? Warudo. How are you? How are you? Welcome in. What's it about? You have to sign in, because it's about self-harm in a way. It doesn't sound like it, but it is. PiShock for 9 souls, yeah. Mm-hmm. See, I left this one in. I left this rat song in. So it's a song about the form of self-harm. Arrived at work, not much. How am I doing? I'm doing really well. It's been kind of like a nice slow night, just kind of like figuring out what to do with these darn code. Um, I've had to like refactor the entirety of the networking portion of it. I'm still working on that. I'm just taking someone else's code and butchering the shit out of it and trying to make it work. But I do need to be getting to bed pretty soon, unfortunately. I wouldn't normally have a problem staying up this late, but I've got therapy tomorrow, so I like actually have something I need to wake up and do. Oh my goodness. I've got to like replace so much of this. So tedious. Come on. Visual Studio, you can do this. Song is so catchy. Why is it? It's not bad. It's just um like it just touches on a topic, right? You'd have to like read the lyrics to decide for yourself whether it's like bad. It's not like encouraging anything. It's just not exactly the happy song that the that it sounds like it might be. Yes, when inaccurately pairing. Yeah, this song too. First part of this song is so upbeat. The middle part is so lovely. Yeah, it's a really good one. I like some of them. I just didn't like Unity. I just stopped liking it. You're back. You're back. Oh, yeah. I said it's a nice fun song. I don't mind. I don't mind. The fat rat. I just didn't. I don't really like. I didn't like Unity. There's something in the middle of Unity that just I don't like anymore. If I remember correctly. Okay. The other song, "Racing into the Night" by Yasobe. If I remember correctly, that ought to get you at least super close to it. Oh my goodness. Now it's here. Duration, yeah, duration, min max. Okay, we need to fix this here. That's fine. Um, It just feels like it's easier. Yeah, this is the only part that's different. And then inaccurate. God, config setup is just so annoying. Look at these rivers. It's fun. Okay, so enable the interval. That's fine. It's these shock, shock, shock about death, inaccurate, PiShock codes. Obviously, gotta fix that later. No, 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 no. Mode hit. Right, because do operation takes shocks modes. This ought to fix like quite a few things. Okay. Why don't you just change all of them for me? PiShock API, that's fine. We don't need this, not that. We'll do this in another place. What's this error? Right, PiShock codes. That's timer, shock options, couple things there. That's timer. Response is okay. Need to figure out the serialization. Options is fine. Serialize. Intensity. No, fucking no. Commands, add commands. New array, add command. Shocker and shock options. And options. Okay, we will need to figure that one out because we only send the one intensity. Powerless to make it stop. Powerless to make it stop. That's fine though. There's only like the one problem there. Hey Noir, welcome on in. How are you? How are you? What's PiShock? PiShock is a shock collar that you can buy and then wear as a human being and have it shock the shit out of you for your enjoyment or your lack of enjoyment, whichever it might be. Yeah, it's true. It's true. Amy Doll Dev, welcome on in. How are you? Thank you so much for the follow. Got me right at the end of stream here. Oh, wow. You didn't know about that? Nor you've been in Kay's chat for a while. Oh my gosh, look at that emo. It's just going crazy. Thanks for the wave. Hi, how are you? Plugin configuration. I'll figure that out later too. Yes. What's up, Ginger Cat? You didn't know the actual name of it? Oh, yeah. That's what it is. One of those climbing holds on the left? Yeah, so I like climbing. I haven't been in a while. Kind of haven't been able to do so since I started streaming really. But I like climbing and there's a little redeem down here which I can probably treat myself to something here. Say someone can redeem, is the top of stream and then the holds will actually move. It'll put a different name up there, just like so. It was a little jank because honestly, coding on this computer is suspect. Um, normally it like slides down and then the other hold slides in, but it's a way somebody can be like, the top of the stream because top in climbing is like, the last hold. It's definitely not a joke about topping and bottoming or anything like that. Nope, I don't definitely say like, thank you so much for being my new top of the stream. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate it. Yeah, it's a joke, but also I like climbing, so I don't know. Just a little something I whipped up. This is Python C sharp. Stopping yourself now. You know what? If you can't self love, can you really love if you can't self love, right? Yeah, thank you for asking. And like, awesome of you for like recognizing that they're climbing holds because there's a lot of people who are like, one of those thingies. When you're done stream, think of time to respond to the Discord message. Crash immediately. Probably crash immediately. Today is like the last day for me to be trying to do anything after stream, to be honest. You should give up coding. You can't even identify the language. That's not in at all, Noir. Not against being topped. Well, seeing that that's not what the redeem is for, you know. So Noir, I've been thinking about doing like a basic coding stream at some point, like teaching some of the basics. Um, I don't know if that'd be something that'd be interesting. I don't know that it's something I'm going to be able to do, but it would be something that in my head has been like an idea that'd be kind of fun. After I wake up, maybe, but it is going to be pretty late because I'm going to go to therapy and then come back and take a nap. You'd be down personally? Yeah. I mean, I know that you're trying to learn coding and you were like taking tests and stuff on it there. So, just like teaching people about variables and how they're used and, the difference between like methods and just all sorts of different things like that. You'd be interested? Yeah, it's been a long time since I've taught anything. I've never explicitly like taught code, but I have taught other things before. Max intensity. Okay. It's 6 a.m. for you right now? It's 8 o'clock. It's 8 a.m. Some you're not completely useless. Control flow stuff. That's good. That's a huge start. One of the big things to learn whenever you're new to coding is like logic and like how to make your if thens do what you want it to do, how to break a task down in your head and transform it into the words on the screen to get the result that you're looking for. Let's go ahead and save all these. Yeah, I'm gonna have to put this down. Some of the stuff that I gotta do now is annoying. Aurora, thank you so much for being my new top of the stream. I appreciate it. Thank you so much for that. And this is all somebody else's code that I'm just butchering the shit out of. A first time topping, please be kind. I'm sure you'll do great. I was trying to think of like puns or like metaphors with climbing that would also be like euphemisms. I'm kind of struggling a little bit. Like, I don't know. I can't think of any. It's too late in the morning. It's too late in the morning for me to think of anything for that. One more time. Okay. Yeah, I think we're good to go. Let's go ahead and save this. Let's go ahead and shut down. Help you make me reach the peak. Yeah. Something about grip. Finger strength. Ooh, that's a good one. Yeah. You know, if you've never actually topped, and by that I mean if you've literally never gone climbing, you should go climbing if you ever get a chance. Yeah, thank you so much for being here. I appreciate it. You have a lovely sleep as well. Thank you. Oh, you're so sweet. So we're trying to like save and exit from Visual Studio. My computer's so bad that this is gonna take a little bit. So I don't know if it's climbing, spitting on your palms and rubbing them might be some other sport. What? No, you don't really want your hands to be like wet or anything like that, Noir. No, no. Big X on that. You actually put chalk on your hands. You would, but your motorics are so ass, you're just gonna hurt yourself. You'd be surprised. The very easiest ones, like you know, like a V0, is climbable by most people. It'll be a decent workout, right? Because you gotta like lift yourself, but it's a lot of your legs, right? If you can climb a ladder, if you can climb a ladder, you can climb a V0, 100%. And you can climb down from a V0 also. It's quite fun. Used to years ago. Yeah, I was doing all the I was doing indoor climbing. I got up to well like V2, V3, and then I hurt my wrist and I had to take a good long rest. And then when I got back, I just could never find the time for it. It's a really good workout. I was probably like physically the strongest I've ever been during that period of time. Maybe not the most fit because there was a period in time when I could like just run for 30 minutes and that was really nice. It felt really good. But that was probably the time that I was physically the strongest in like my arms and stuff like that. There was some there was like some genuinely fun movements that I went through on some of those climbs. Yep, different levels, anybody can do it for sure. All your sports on ground, team-based sports makes sense. It's the common ones. Um, Going up construction scaffolding counts as climbing. At least it was probably more dangerous. It was probably more dangerous than climbing. Yeah. My computer is so bad. Yes, it's so bad that it's difficult for me to close out of Visual Studio and do anything with it. Very, very straight man of you, but you know, but you love playing footy and rugby. And by footy, you do mean soccer. I know. All right. Music's going down for now. Visual Studio, yeah. It's just it's such a chunky program and it has never run like super quickly. But this computer, even when I'm not doing anything else but using it, it can be very, very slow. Still run Sekiro with it? Yeah. Visual Studio is literally more resource intensive than Sekiro, and I don't know why. Couldn't tell you. Couldn't tell you. Yeah, I love climbing. I used to do a lot of watching of like competitive indoor climbing, like IFSC. God, love watching. I need to watch some more of that recently. Like, I need to get back into watching that. It's been a while. Um, and honestly, when I first started watching the competitive stuff, if I had known about climbing when I was younger, I might have made that my entire life. Like for real. It was just that exciting whenever I saw it. Um, it just feels like the perfect amalgamation of strength and grace and endurance and like you just have to be in such a fit shape to be able to climb at peak levels. Um, but you know, lower levels, I could climb it even though the first time I tried climbing something that had an overhang, I just fell right off of it. So primate code it? Not even. Honestly, sometimes it is sometimes it's like super strength based, right? Sometimes you're like literally trying to like mantle yourself in weird positions. You're like having to press against something and hold yourself up by your own body tension. Um, Sometimes it's really dynamic, like you're literally leaping from hold to hold, like swinging. So that can be very like primal, very primate. Um, there are other ones like slabs, which are very, very slow, delicate footwork. And some of them, when they're done right, it literally looks like you're doing like a ballet on a sheer wall. Like it's really incredible. Mountain goat, that's a bit mountain goat coated. It can be anywhere from like swinging primate to just I'm just chilling up here on the wall. Like there was it's a funny story, but when I was climbing, there was one I was like working on for a while and it was pretty tall up in the wall, right? And this was before I was really comfortable with falling. And it was kind of like I didn't have good shoes. I was using rental shoes, so like really low quality. Um and I had to like slowly put my hands together to like touch the top because like you only top it if you touch the top with both hands and show you're in control, right? So I would have to hold my breath like and then slowly touch it with my fingertips and then slowly untouch it because if I even breathed, my chest would push me off the wall. And I was like, if I had bigger boobs, I don't think I could do this. Like, I don't think I could do this because I would be too far away from the wall and my balance would be off. And talking about it, you got the weird anxiety sensation in foot soles. Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah, a lot of toe work. I would stand on the wall sometimes and like, gosh, like I'd have to be up there for a little bit trying to figure something out and just putting like my entire body weight on one or two toes, you know? You only ever did a little bit of climbing? Yeah. I honestly, I'm surprised that there are more people that than you would expect who have done climbing. Because like I didn't even know about it until like late in life. You get over in your head and hitting your face in the hold somehow. You know, I I'm not gonna say that I didn't walk away with like bumps and bruises and scrapes. Um, there was probably a 2 month period where my knees were varying shades of like gangrene green and like yellow and brown because I would be trying to climb a wall and I wouldn't see where my knees were going and I would just go bang and make a loud noise. But not a single person who just played a sport used to play cricket. Nope. Bumps, bruises, scrapes are part of the deal. Yeah, the very first day I went, I got calluses on my hand and also ripped a callus. And you're not supposed to get calluses that quickly. I just went really, really hard because I didn't know what my limits were, you know? And after I quit climbing, it probably took 3 months for the calluses on my palms to wear off. And like I was not able to climb with fingernails. If you go with fingernails any length at all, you will not keep them. I will tell you that. Your fingernails, you're gonna break them. You're gonna chip them. You're gonna have to clip them. Like it's not good. I think you need more iron in my diet. No, I don't think so. I just need to not hit my knees quite so dang hard. Let's see here. That's really good. Okay. Let's just double check and see how things were. Looks like Ashina is actually taking the night off and she's doing it for good reasons, and I love that for her. So I'm gonna hang out with Kaz, I think. Let me see if there's anything else. Anyone else that might be on right now? Hanging out with Kaz is going to be dangerous though, because I am going to want to stay and chat for a while. Calluses are the best part. You can clench your fist and hear the sounds. I don't like my hands being that rough, but I did like feeling tough. Yeah. Fingernails you've been cutting for a while for playing the piano. Yep. One bad fall indoors where you barn toward and started spinning. Oh, yeah. Yeah. Cascades, gonna be a bad girl? Well, I'm already one, so is there such a thing as a worse girl? Don't miss my therapy. I won't. You didn't like about it? Yeah, I didn't, like I said, I didn't like my hands being rough, but I did like feeling tough and strong. Like feeling, maybe that's not the right word. Feeling capable and in control of my body. Feeling more in tune with it, maybe? You know, like I'm trans. I don't spend a whole lot of time thinking about my own body. Like, I don't feel myself that much. Oh, Crasitator. Not even just like showing up physically, just like, just three? Okay, well, thank you so much for the punishment, Crasitator. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Um, just feeling like I am present in my own body in a way that like I'm confident in the way my hands and my feet and my arm move. They go in the right places. They do what I want them to do. They, um, like I can hold my own weight. Just I spend a lot of time in my head, right? I spend a lot of time thinking and my brain is the me that I've spent a lot of time with because I don't ever want to like look at or acknowledge my body. And proprioception is it's a little bit of that feeling, yes. Um, So just like, I don't know, feeling more in tune with myself, maybe. It's hard to explain, but it was a feeling that I got from climbing more than I have gotten from most other things. Like I didn't feel that with when I was running. When I was running, I disassociated when I was running. Like I didn't want to pay attention to my body. I just went deep into my head and I just was mechanical, right? I didn't want to feel what I was feeling because honestly, it didn't feel that good. Um, but with climbing, I don't know. I just needed to be aware of all the different parts of my body in order to be able to do it. And that's, just a good thing, I think. Feeling more like a person, a thing that exists in this world and less like a collection of bad thoughts, I guess. It's hard to explain, but, you know, it's something along those lines. Close at least. Um, hmm. Also, it was really rewarding to like because I did a lot of bouldering, right? There's a couple of different things that you can do. Bouldering is one of them. Bouldering is where you have a problem that's about no more than 15 meters, probably like no, not 15 meters, like 10 meters. No, is that right? Yeah, it's like no more than 10 meters, probably a little less on the wall. It's a distance where when you get to the top, you don't use a rope or anything like that. You just get to the top and you let go and you fall and you're fine, right? So it's not that high, but it's high enough to be deeply uncomfortable at times, especially when your footing is bad. Um, but they're very much problems. They're designed to be attempted multiple times, and each time you try it, you learn a little bit more about the climb, maybe make a little bit more progress. Whereas like lead or top rope climbing is a very tall wall, and you'll have a rope to protect you in case you fall, because if you fall, you will die. Um, and that is more like of an endurance thing. You're just trying to see how high you can get. And usually you can only attempt it a few times because it is such a taxing thing to do. But bouldering, you could throw yourself at a boulder problem, you know, 3, 4, 5, 10 times, depending on it. 10 meters, approximately 2 people tall. It's probably 15 then. That doesn't seem 10 meters. Nuh-uh. 5 people. Yeah, 5 people is probably closer, right? Yeah. When you had a run, after you had a good run, you're not slowing down, just stand for rest for a bit. Your calves and thighs are ache, but in a good way, and you can feel the blood pumping through your limbs. And you feel like, yeah, that was a good run. With running, I didn't like the way that it felt while I was running, but there was an undeniably powerful feeling of being like, I can just start running if I ever needed to, and I don't ever need to stop, and I could just keep going, right? Like if you think about it, like, oh, I'm being chased by somebody or whatever, right? You could be like, oh well, I could literally just outrun somebody. Like they could chase after me, and they might be fast, but I can be fast, and I can just run longer than them. Yeah, it's maybe it was like it was more than 5 meters. Um, or maybe it was 5 meters and the lead walls were like 15, something like that. Anyway, it's not that big. Although I will say this, I will say this. No, y'all are in ads. Give me a second. Um, Here, let me close out of some of these things. Just waiting for these ads to finish up, and then we can do our outro. Get a little sip of water. It always feels like these ads take forever. Positivity crassitator. No. I'm gonna say no. You're just trying to keep me going to streaming. You're the one making me be bad. You're the one being naughty. Um, all right, ads are finished up. Ads are finishing up. Yeah, yeah, we're back. I assume we're back. Anyways, positivity or flu? Yeah, positively did. I don't mean that it felt that I think someone is chasing me, nor. Um, I don't feel. I don't. I wasn't saying that it felt like that. What I'm saying is, when you think about how strong you are, right, and how fast and how far you can run, there's a thought in my head that's like, if I ever needed to, like if I ever needed to literally run to the hospital and get somebody, I could do that, right? If I ever was in a dangerous situation and someone was chasing me, I could literally just run them into the ground and not stop. And they'd be left in the dust, like those kind of things. Like I could go to the store and be back in a 15-minute break. Yep, if the worst happens kind of thing. Yeah. Or just like anytime it's called for, it's that same kind of thought that people sometimes get when they see someone and they're like, yeah, I can take him in a fight. Like it doesn't make a lot of sense, but your head is just constantly making these comparisons of like what if scenarios, um but yeah, so one thing I will say about climbing is the first time it happens, it's pretty darn freaky, not gonna lie. But when you're all the way up on the wall and you have no rope, right? And you're climbing and you like lose your hold and you fall. You know, whenever you're falling, like you fall out of a chair or whatever, and then you hit the ground, and then there's a moment where you're just kind of wondering, like, whoa, like I just fell out of that chair, right? Like your brain catches up with what was going on. Usually you hit the ground before you realize that you're falling. When you're climbing and you go high enough, if you get high enough, there is a moment that you start falling, and then you realize you haven't hit the ground yet. And then there's a moment where you're like, uh-oh, like I should have hit the ground already. And you have a moment to just kind of sit there and regret yourself a little bit. It's a very weird and terrifying feeling. I had to do like fall training to kind of get myself used to it, where I'd take a really easy climb and I would just like fall off the top of it on purpose to get used to it. Never gonna climb, that's horrifying. Yeah, what's funny is like I'm scared of heights. Like I won't climb the attic ladder, it terrifies me. But climbing I was fine with. It wasn't fine with initially, but after a while I got used to it and I was fine with it. Fall training's super useful even if you're not climbing. It is. It is. Like knowing how to like safely fall and not get hurt, like it's about like landing on your feet, letting your knees cushion the blow, and like falling backward and taking your momentum and pushing it into the mat, right? One bad fall, and like you don't know how to fall. I mean, like when it comes to falling, falling is I think it's like the number one killer of anybody. Like, and it does not take much to kill you. Like a 10-foot fall, like falling off the midway, like the top point of like a small ladder, can be literally fatal. It's you don't fall onto your back directly, but you land with your feet, and as you do, you kind of go into a squat and lean back, and you take your arms. You don't catch yourself with your arms. You bring your arms up to your chest. You lean back, and you kind of go from like feet into crouch into like rolling backwards kind of thing. If you think about like, have you ever been on like a water slide where they tell you to like cross your arms and like lean back? It's a little similar to that. Um, in terms of like how you end up when you've landed kind of thing. Um, but anyways, I could talk about climbing some more, and honestly, I know I say that we want to do like watch nights more often. One of these nights I do want to watch. I just want to watch climbing. I want to watch climbing in the Discord. That'd be a lot of fun. Roll around basically. You want to keep moving to spread out momentum. Exactly, exactly. The If you go straight down and like you don't bend your knees, if you don't lean back or anything like that, um, your entire momentum goes straight into your legs, and then things go crack. Kind of similar in football then, you guys, because if you fall while running or get tackled, they teach you to keep rolling and let your momentum die down. Yes, similar. Climbing movements look so good. They are beautiful. Like, I'm not gonna lie. Sometimes when I watch the lady climbers, I'm just like in awe. And not even like from like a sexual attraction standpoint, because I'm ace, right? But like from a standpoint of just being like, you see like a muscly lady and you're like, wow, you were like fit. Like you know what to do with your body. You know how to control things. Like just kind of just stunned by how cool some of those movements can look. Um, it's like a skill crush. I don't know. There's probably a term for it, but like, anyways, good climbing looks so good. It really does. It really does. I really like whenever the high level competitions manage to make a challenging make a challenging problem also look just like visually appealing. There is a talent to route setting to make it look good. Um, but yeah, sometimes people do things like I remember, gosh, where was this one? Yanya wasn't participating. It was what's her name? Oh my God, I should not forget her name. Howie? No, that can't be right. Um, Mori. There we go. Mori. So there was this problem that was really difficult for people to climb, right? Very few people were able to even climb to the top of it. Like very few people were even able to climb to the top of it. The last two or three, Mori, yeah, she's an incredible lead climber, and she's really good at she's really good at bouldering as well, but she may be the best lead climber, the best women's lead climber in the entire world. She doesn't stop. She's a machine. But she was doing bouldering here, and I think it was Brooke Rabbitoo and Natalia Natalia Grossman. I think were the two that came out before her. I think Natalia didn't do it and Brooke did, but Brooke made it look really challenging. And then there was this one movement that like Brooke was really struggling on, right? Just like incredibly struggling on, and managed to complete it. But then Imori came out as the last climber, and when she did that move, it it literally was so smooth that it threw me for a loop, and I had to like pause and rewatch it a few times because it looked inhuman how smooth it was. So she like there's like a point where like she grabbed on it two holds, right? And her holds are kind of like up and diagonally to her left. So they're over her head, and she needs to shift her body weight over there. And when Brooke did it, it was like really struggly motions or whatever. Imori just she like did it like she was on rails at a constant speed. She just her body went from one position to another like it was I don't even know how to describe it. Like it was a video game animation. Like it was it was the smoothest thing I had ever seen. I was like, "What the how? How did she do that?" I had to rewatch it so many times. Yeah, it's so good. And then the other climber I mentioned, Yanya. Yanya is one of the most dominant athletes in any competition ever, I would say. Not just climbing, just ever. She's so good at climbing. It's ridiculous. There are times when there would be a problem, people would struggle to climb and like they'd be doing this like crazy technique or whatever, and she would just come out and not climb it that way. She would just like be a bully and just do it. And everyone's just like, "What the fuck? You can't climb it that way." Or like, you know, the what are they called? The commentators that we talking about. They're like, oh, we talked to the route setters, and the route setters said, no, you can't do it this way. It should not be possible to do it this way. You can't do it this way. And you'll watch like seven people come out and try it that way and fail, and then Yanya will come out and just be like, she'll do it in a way that it makes it looks like it was intended, and you're like, bullshit. No way. How? How did you even do that? It's just she's so strong. Um, like, I don't know. Very rarely can anyone give her a run for the money. Sometimes Brooke Rabbitoo can when she's on her game. Um, Imori has done it before, but Imori usually is not as good at bouldering as Yanya. So most of the time Yanya has like a lead there. But oh my gosh, she's just so strong. She's just like unstoppably good. Most of the time it feels like watching people compete for second, right? Um, disgusting, disgusting. Like I said, we gotta watch it in the Discord at some point. Me when Strong Woman is it's something to behold. It really is. And I don't think that you'll truly understand until you've like actually seen her do some of these ridiculous things that she can do, and you're just like, what? That's I don't know anything about climbing, but why didn't anyone else do that? Anyways, me just chatting for like 30 minutes here. Watching Imori climb where you were speaking, you were awestruck. She's so good. She's so fucking good. Oh, speed wall? I don't like watching speed wall that much other than like, you know, once or twice because it is a little repetitive whenever they're competing with it. Um, it's a little repetitive whenever they're competing at it, but just watching somebody fly up that wall, Crestator, holy cow. Um, they're so fast. So speedball, for those of you who don't know, speedball is always the same configuration of holds. It's the same configuration every single time, and your goal is to see how quickly you can climb up a 15-meter wall. 10 meter? Maybe only 10 meters. How tall? I think it might be 15 because I think it's 15, right? 15 meters with a 5-degree overhang, right? 15 meters, 5-degree overhang. What do you think the world record is for that? To climb 15 meters. Look at these grip, they're thinner than matchsticks. Yeah, mm-hmm. Like, you saw Aimori. She is a tiny person, by the way. Aimori is like most of the women climbers are pretty small. Aimori is tiny compared to the other women climbers. 3 minutes to climb 15 meters, you think? Yeah? Yeah. They can they can climb a route they've never seen that is like 40 meters tall in 6. So the 15-meter speed wall where they know every hold by heart and they know exactly how to do it. World record is sub 5 seconds. No, I'm not. I'm not. You can go look up the world record of these things. So 5 seconds was actually beat last year? Yeah, yeah. Uh Zhao Yucheng did it in 4.58 seconds. And during the Olympics, Samuel Watson actually Samuel Watson is on this list like 6 times, like spots let's see. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Spots 2 through 7 is Samuel Watson, who climbed it in between 4.798 and 4.64. The close to gravity defying, they are gravity defying. Sub 5 seconds, yeah. The women's speed record is 6.03. So a little slower, but it's over if you blink. You can't run on solid ground for 40 meters. Yep, I know. I know. Maybe climbing walls is like it's so disgustingly fast. Oh my gosh. But whenever you watch, it is a little competitive because it's two people doing the same climb, and whoever gets the better speed goes on to the next group, and then it's two people doing the same climb, whoever gets the next speed, that kind of thing. So it's not as engaging to watch like a whole competition on as like bouldering where they try a problem multiple times and they um, might climb it or might not. They get partial credit, or lead, where lead is like 40 holds long and they do it in 6 minutes and there's all sorts of crazy things you do. Like I've watched some lead climbs where the expectation is that they bat hang 30 meters up in the air. And by that I mean hang from nothing more than their feet. Like, and it's just expected. Like you're supposed to touch your toes upside down 40 meters into the air, and then grab the lip and pull yourself back up. You see that? Literally just pushed your chair back and held your hands to your forehead. I know. It's unbelievable how fast it goes. Mm-hmm. You just gotta watch it. You just gotta watch it. They just fly. It just like I don't know that I could stand out of my chair that fast some days. So, anyways, um, like I said, we gotta watch climbing some night. I'm gonna make it a thing. You're afraid? Roar. Roar. I'm gonna tell you what you should be afraid of. If you watch one of these IFSC championships, if you watch one of these IFSC championships, like the women's one, you're gonna fall in love. That's what you'll be afraid of. That's what you'll be afraid of. You'll be like, oh god, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Literally Spider-Man? Yep. That's That's the slower record too, right? That's the women's record, but the men's record is almost a second and a half shorter than that. Exactly. All right. We have a little raid message we can do. Listen to the descriptions. Roar, have you ever seen a lady's back that strong? Have you ever seen the way those lats go out whenever they have to like hold themselves up? Like the fully defined muscles, every single fiber. Should give it a look. Just saying. Just saying. They're really fit. Like they don't look like extreme muscle builders, right? They don't look like extreme muscle builders, but they are strong enough to snap you in half. Those are dangerous show, yeah. Can be. Can be. So we have a little raid message we can use. If you are a follower, you can use the hearts. If you're a subscriber, you can use the little Phoebes. Behind in the hands of such a well. Yeah, uh-huh. The top comment literally being, she can climb faster than I can run because wow, uh-huh. Yep. I'm glad I showed you this more. I'm glad that you're appreciating and having your mind blown. It's a good look for you. Okay, so we are going to be raiding into Kaz. Kaz is a lovely monkey. She's a good friend of the stream. Um, yeah, it was lovely getting to hang out with y'all. I know it was a bit of a, I don't know, slower pace stream. We did some talking. I know a lot of people don't like really know coding that well, and I wasn't like explaining anything, but I appreciate y'all sticking with me and chatting and having a good time. Can't just leave you like this. What the hell? Do you want me to give you a link, Roar? Yeah, I got time. You got time today, right? Here, I'll pick a good one for you. Um, yeah, thank y'all so much for being here. I love getting to hang out with y'all. It's amazing to be able to do this every day. Um, we will be streaming tomorrow. I don't know what we're gonna be streaming. I don't know what we're gonna be streaming. We're really streaming something, and it may be code. I don't know. I'm definitely gonna still be working on this code tomorrow, and getting things finished up. But otherwise, yeah. Thank y'all for being here. I love y'all a lot. See y'all on the other side of the raid. Have a good night.